All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 30 with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. Welcome, welcome. We started Unit 4. Started Unit 4 yesterday, Section 2, Unit 4. So let's get right into it. As per usual, when you first get to the unit, we are responsible for the English and the Hanzi for Unit 3. All right, Unit 4. What do we have? It's birthday plans. Oh, I struggled yesterday. I really did struggle quite a bit. The pinyin, looking at the pinyin does not, it kind of throws me off quite a bit. So let's see how much better this time around is. The vocabulary. Shangdu, right? Shang, yeah. Shangdu, Shangdu. That's the best I got. Shangdu. It's so different. Sonic, Shangdu. No, Shangnu. So I'm using Yishang to prime Shang, and then Lüben to prime Lü. So Shangdu. That's, yeah, we'll go with it for now. And then thinking about birthdays. Li Wu. Li Wu. Li Wu. Oh no. 村子，yeah， 村子，hold up. Yeah, 村子. We'll go with 村子. It still sounds off to me. 村子.巧克力 save me. 巧克力 I don't know. We're gonna have to hear it. 巧克力 I can't. I can't. 巧克力 巧克力 We'll see what it sounds like later. Okay. I'm just never gonna use chocolate. I'm just never gonna talk about chocolate. Okay. What else we got? Buy 色 白色 yeah, 白色 no, 白色白色白色白色绿色绿色 I question why I'm here for the Chinese, but watching you suffer is always pretty enjoyable. 巧克力巧克力巧克力 Okay, all right. 围巾围巾后天后天快乐快乐快乐住住住Is there anything random with the birthday plans? 我会去送送送送送 Yeah, 送 Do we have adjective? 漂亮 Where are we at? 3, 6, 10, 11. We're kind of low. 12 is the mark. And there are usually 15 things right now. 12 is the mark. So there's definitely other things. I think. What else can you give? We got other things from other chapters. Yeah, Eternal Bible. Great learning. Hello, hello. You know what? Maybe there are fewer vocabulary in this one. Cope. I'm coping. Yeah, that's all I got. So let's All right, unit 3. What was unit 3? It's the unit after traveling to Beijing. Oh, clothing. Buy clothing. Okay. Jian. Mao. Yi. Maui. Oh, I missed the right radical. Long, low. Okay. Young. 怎么样? Oops. Well, that looks gross. Ugh. Let's try that again. 那 that 那 点一点点一点 课 in 加课加课加课 裤子的裤 in 裤子 Gal counter for long things. Gal. Alright, Taxka. Long was short. Long. by 100. Way expensive. Yuan, the currency. All right, I think those are all our Hanzi for Unit 3. And that's pretty good. Now let's go check what vocabulary we forgot. I'm pretty sure I've forgotten a few. Or not? Yeah, 后天 and let's listen to this.
巧克力
巧克力 I mean it was close. 巧克力巧克力送 yeah 送围巾 oh no not 围巾 just this is 围巾 oh no it is 围巾 what just kidding I should have stuck with my gut 围巾裙子裙子it's slightly off each time. I always want to like close it up. 裙子 it's a little wider. 裙子 not 裙子 白色 for white, and then there's also 绿色 for green. Quite le. This is a le in 快乐 or maybe this is the 快 oh this is the 快 and we have le but le is the first homograph. I'm just gonna call it a homograph. It's the first homograph that I've encountered where the character is the same but the read is different. 快乐 and this is 礼物 and send help. I know I picked this up. Oh, 祝 for wish 祝 so we got all of them actually. So we got all the vocabulary. It's just I guess Unit 4 had fewer vocabulary than usual. At least all the ones that are indicated here that I can think of off of these words or off of these characters. All right. Let's go in and see if we can pick any other new ones off that I might have forgotten. Oh, and we didn't finish yesterday. It got a little bit too late, so we were 2 lessons away. Surprisingly not too bad though. Huh.
2条白色的围巾
两条 白色的围巾 ，OK。哎，两条白色的围巾，
围巾、
围巾，
裤子、白
色
毛
衣、
大衣、
一条白色的围巾，
一条白色的围巾。OK， 毛衣。
机场。绿色。便宜。裤子。
绿色。
OK。
他喜欢
白色的围巾
吗？
他喜欢白色的围巾吗？
那条绿色的裙子。
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 那条绿色的裙子。It's a little bit better today. I feel like I'm a little less tense about it, I suppose. that green skirt.一条白色的围巾。
一条围巾，白色
的围巾。
白色。
我想送他那条绿色的裙子。啊 ，my god， 裙子。
这条绿色的裙子。
这条绿色 的
裙子。这条绿色的裙子。
这条绿色的裙子。
那条
I swear it ends up euphonically changing. 那条 and so 那条 Wait, does it change? I'll just stick with what I am reading. 那条那条绿色绿色 yeah 绿色的裙子是游命对，那条
绿色
what
绿色
OK 绿色的
裙子
很游命有名 Oh wait is that two? Oh, it kind of sounds like two though. 有名 有名 kind of sounded like two a little bit.
有名
Fine. That's what I thought it was.
他有白色的围巾吗？
Okay.
他
有白色的围巾吗？
围巾吗？他有白色的围巾吗？
他有白色的围巾吗？ Okay. 我会送
圆
Oops.
圆
我会送
送
You're gonna call it for a night? Again, thanks for the stream and company. Yeah, definitely try to catch the stream tomorrow. Yep.またね and 再见 再见また明天见明天见 They're both the same. So また明天见 Take care. おやすみなさい Okay, let's see. 我会送他白事 no 两条白色的围巾 kind of goes back and forth between Jin and Jing.
我想送她那条绿色的裙子。
绿色的裙子。
我
想送她两条。哦，
那条绿色
的裙子。
我想送她那条绿色的裙子。
我想送她那条绿色的裙子。这条绿色的裙子很漂亮。 Doko desu ka? Oh, wait.
绿色
绿色的
裙子
裙子很漂亮。
很漂亮。
Oh, I guess I could say naughty. 是哪里？是哪里？ Okay. Taiwan. Hello there, Kamiya. Hello, hello. How are you? How are you today?
凯文，
凯文上。凯文上。哦，会 ，whoops， 凯文会送他这条绿色的裙子。
绿色
Don't be shy.
的裙子，
裙子。You finished writing about 5 pages of the essay due on Sunday. I'm taking a break with more work. Wait. Oh, okay. For a moment there, I misread your thing. I thought you're taking... This is funny. I thought you were saying you're taking a break by doing more work. If you know what I mean. Oh, you're taking a break. Okay, you're taking a break from doing more work. Okay, from more work. English, I'm telling you, English is weird. The more I learn about language, the more I get confused sometimes. Like, because English prepositions are almost regional. English preposition is almost regional. So what I mean by that is well, I'm going to study Japanese now, so you're right in a way. Yeah, more work. Pile it on. You know, like fun work, right? Now it's fun work. So you're not really doing, you know, you're working, but you're also having fun, right? Hopefully. Yeah. Good old prepositions. All right.
祝你生日快乐。
You've been looking for it? Tanoshimi desu. Shikoto o tanoshimi desu. Or shikoto, I guess shikoto ga tanoshimi desu. Yes. Nihongo no shikoto? Nah, Nihongo no benkyou. Yes, Nihongo no benkyou ga tanoshimi desu. Or actually, I don't know if you're only doing Japanese now that I think about it. Looking forward to studying Japanese. Hey, let's see. What do we have? Japanese for now? Alright. Keep at it. That's two I'm gonna keep saying Juni over again. Juni Shang Ru 快乐 生日快乐
祝你生日快乐。
生日快乐 祝
你生日快乐。
祝你 is that 2? Oh, it's 3. 祝你 okay. 祝你生日快乐 I don't know if you can do anything else with the amount of work you have. That's understandable. Yeah, that's understandable. Wishing you Hey, happy birthday. I better get this locked down somehow. 祝你生日快乐。祝你生日快乐。The one that I remember is 新年快乐。Happy New Year's. How do people become polygons? I just can't imagine myself like that. You don't have to imagine. You just gotta do it. One day you'll wake up in another 50 years and you're like, yeah, I'm the goated polyglot. You know, you just don't think about it. You live it. Just live it. Live it and you wouldn't even know. You know, one day you'll just be like, oh yeah, hey, I remember that. Goat Kami. Yeah. Just live it. You ever feel yourself growing old? Oh no, wait, don't answer that question. Like, you know, people don't think about growing up or growing old or getting older. You just live it. Just live it. Sometimes life kind of slaps you in the face. It's like, hey, you're getting old. But most of the time it's like, yeah, it's okay. Another day's passed. Right? Oh, what the heck? Oh, 生日. 生日.
生日
生日. Oh my gosh. I keep using A's. Okay, 生日. It's fine. It's fine. I knew it. It's fine. 生日. 礼物. 大衣. 裙子. 裙子.
机场.
玛丽，祝你生日快乐。
I think I feel like physically the same since you were 18. Oh boy. That'd be nice. I can't back that statement. I definitely do not feel like I was 18. 玛丽，祝你生日快乐。 Oh, I forgot party. I did miss a vocabulary. I missed party. 派对. I did miss a vocabulary word. 派对. I have 对, but I don't have 派. So they just omitted it entirely. 派对. Maybe some backaches now and then after a workout. Yeah. I can relate to that. Right now I have a shin splint in my right leg for like maybe a month now. But shin splints are notorious for lasting for a while, so I'm trying to do some lighter running, some interval running and all that while allowing my hopefully the shin splints to go away. Thanks, I like your gift. Yeah, they just kind of linger, and then when you run, it disappears. You know, like shin splints, after you start running or you do a little bit of warm-up, it kind of goes away. But then when you like sit for a little bit and then immediately when you get up, it like slaps you in the face again. Oh yeah, you've been not moving around too much. So it's kind of a weird state. Yeah, like when you're in it, you warm up, your shin splints go away, and then immediately after, when you get cold again, it comes back like a fiery slap in your face. And it only happens the moment you get up, when you put like weight on your shin. So I'm pretty confident that I have a shin splint right now. That's been in and out. The pain is like variable. It's not too bad. It's around 5, and then it kind of decreases to like 1 or 2, It hasn't been like a sudden like, oh, I think I might have a fracture or something. I don't know what that is or how that feels, right? In my life, I have not really, my bones were still 100%. So I don't know what that feels like. I imagine it's far worse, less manageable than shin splint. You had a bad case of those for like a whole year. I would feel like I recovered. Then after it ran, yeah, that's basically, yeah, that's pretty much how that feels. Like in the evening, you walked around a little bit already. You got up a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, it's nothing. And then the moment you like get up in the morning when you're like super cold and you're like doing the normal thing and you bolt up and then you just like get reminded that it's like, oh yeah, it's there. Yeah. Trying to put the damper on start days. 谢谢谢谢 well, you changed your shoes and stopped running on concrete? Yeah, so I changed my shoes recently. I was running my shoes into the ground, so recently that was my first, like, it's been like 1 or 2 months. It's been about almost a month since I broke in the new shoes. But my shoes, yeah. It leads to stress fractures if untreated. Yeah. Or like if you don't recover and whatnot. Yeah, so I've been keeping an eye on it, obviously. Keeping an eye on it. I went from running 3 miles plus each day to a little bit lower to maintain like cardio. Biofreeze was your best friend? Oh yeah. Topical chilling agent? Yeah. That's, you know, speaking of things making you feel old. Yeah, that's understandable. Right now, I spend most of my time seated, obviously. So there's no pain when there's no weight on it. So allowing it to recover as much as I can for the rest of the day. And then still keeping up with some cardio. Your heart doesn't wait for anyone. 谢谢我
你好
喜欢 where's
喜欢你的礼物
你的礼物
Yeah, you too. You run every other day, and most of the time I'm seated, typing and writing. Yeah. So I've been trying to keep running as part of my routine because you do spend a lot of time seated. So it's definitely at least, you try to get 3 runs in a week for, yep. I try to hit my 30 to 40 minutes, and I always run outdoors no matter what. So it's my only sun time. I get a little bit of few rays here and there. A lot of the path, the writing, I run the same path. Usually half the path is canopied by trees, so most of the time you get a few rays in and then come back. So this room is like pretty much most of my time, so you gotta at least do something for your heart and get your rays in a little bit. Some ray exposure. Keep that circadian rhythm going. So 你的礼物 Okay. 祝你生日快乐，生日 生日快乐，
生日快乐，
生日快乐，快乐，玛丽。
玛丽。
谢谢，我喜欢你的礼物。
Sitting still for a long time makes you go insane, so I have to get up or reward myself with some kind of exercise or just going out to a store or something. Yeah. It's not very apparent. Obviously, I try to keep not too distracting, but I actually I tense up and move around quite a bit while I'm seated to like not get like stiff in my joints. So I tend to be moving my legs and stuff, and adjusting my position, you know. As much as ergonomics help you do, you know, sustain a lot of tension, like sustain a lot of sitting still and whatnot, they don't really aid in providing you with actively managing your body weight while you're seated, right? You sit cross legs on chairs so your legs fall asleep often? Yeah, that's understandable. That is understandable. 谢谢. Like I have hardly touched the back of my computer seat. Honestly, if I was sitting on a stool, it wouldn't be too much different, other than the stool was hard. Maybe if it had a nice cushion on it. So when I'm not tired, yeah, when I'm not tired, I don't rely on the ergonomics, right? But when you're injured, right, if you have back pain and stuff, definitely rely on ergonomics. But before then, being preventive is to be active while you're sitting. So, you know, keep your shoulders moving a little bit, your hands moving a little bit, your legs moving a bit. Swap up a little bit posture here and there to keep it active. My chair, I bought a reasonably mid-range chair from like for 180 some time ago on Amazon. I don't know what it's called, but it's brandless. It's something made in China. It suited me well for a while. And then I replaced the armrest with some like memory foam thing. You know, like all the computer chairs tend to have these standardized size armrests, so you can replace them with memory foam. So whenever I'm resting on my like elbow and stuff, it's on top of a. You prefer comfort over looks, but I have to have a racing chair that don't use it because it's so uncomfortable. Ah, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. There was a time when I played so much that the armrest created a pressure point, and without these pads, like these memory foam pads, I fear that I want to avoid like the pressure point on my elbow. So I've replaced certain parts of the chair. You can like makeshift a lot of things, you know, for comfort, ingenuity. Oh, you have a racing chair that you don't use because it's so uncomfortable. It's understandable. I wouldn't mind having a second place where there's a standing desk or like a hydraulic desk. So occasionally I can like choose days where I decide to stand for a bit as opposed to be seated. That's kind of something in the future. Like some sort of nice hydraulic table I can choose to dance. There's also these new pads on the floor that allows you to walk in place. So it's kind of expensive at the moment, but I'm looking forward to when people make them a little bit more affordable. So they're standalone. They're kind of like they're kind of like wheels, but 3-dimensional wheels. And they're like pads that you assemble, and then you can just stand on them, and then you can walk in place very leisurely. So I can imagine a time when you have a hydraulic setup, right? Raise the desk, you have that thing on the ground, and you just be walking in place while you're doing things. You have an IKEA desk, but the one where you buy the tabletops and build it yourself. Ah, yeah. That's IKEA, all right. Yeah. There are a lot of little quality of life things. I think these are one of those things that they're expensive. I kind of wish most people have access to them. I mean, I myself have pushed off having access to them too. Boy, would it be wonderful to have people be productive and do things that they want to do, but also not have like the potential crippling side effects of living a very sedentary lifestyle, right? Yeah. It's a digression about growing old. 谢谢，我喜欢你的喜欢你的礼物。Growing old.
说
Oops.
说住
Oh, I totally see what they did there. Heckin' put Shaw next to Ju. 祝你生日快乐。
生日快乐。
生日快乐。
凯文，我喜欢你的礼物。
I couldn't pass up the deal I got for the desk. It was almost half price on the drawers and the tabletop, so I got the part for like 150. I don't even want to describe what my desk looks like. It's a foldable one-piece desk that I had with me for nearly... It's a long time because I have to count. You know it's going to be a long time when you have to count in your head. It's been 14 years. It's the same folding desk. It's been 14 years. Yeah. It's like $120. It can be carried on one arm. Yeah, my main monitor and my computer, my PC tower is just sitting on the ground because it's a full tower, so it's just sitting next to it. And then maybe 8 or 9 years ago, when I acquired a second monitor, I bought a really cheap, like $30 thing, and that's been the case since. You just got it a few months ago. Your old desk has had since 2016. That was your parents bought. Yeah, I'm kind of a, like, my desk has to literally be falling apart. Like my second monitor that I'm using to read chat, there's a diagonal. Two of the backlights are gone. So like the color is still there. You know, the LCD colors are still there, but there's like a diagonal, half the monitor is lacking a backlight now. So at some point I have to replace this monitor the moment it goes out. You just make do. Like it still works. I do kind of sometimes draw the line at like wherever the discomfort is, right? At the moment it's not. I think getting a new pair of glasses and updating my prescription is probably on the docket for this month. Kai Wen, 我喜欢你的礼物。Okay. Your main monitor starts up cold in a way where it doesn't turn on, but it takes a minute to focus. It has like lines at the bottom that shows up and go away gradually. But it works great. Yeah. Yeah, understandable. there's something charming about you know how we're in this age where everyone's like in a competition for what is the most like epic setup or, you know, kind of privileged lifestyle. And I'm just thinking like, man, my nightstand is a cardboard box that contained the air mattress that I once slept on. And my bed is it's basically one of the new age like single layered memory foam material with a bamboo sleeve on it that is exactly the size, only like 10% wider than my shoulder width and 10% wider than my actual height. And that's what I sleep on, with sheets, with like microfiber sheets that I place right on top. I have 2 pairs of them. I wash them and I cycle them. I sleep on the floor on that pad. Meanwhile, people are like rise, saying things like, oh yeah, you need to sleep on a rise headboard, and I'm like, all right. There were times when I slept on the floor because that's just how it do be. Your bed is a memory foam bed from Amazon. I mean, I like it. I like memory foam stuff. Yeah, so now that you know how futon, right? Futons are a thing, but now memory foam is just nice. So if you can get some sheets that keep, maybe like if you're a warm sleeper, if you can get some sheets that isolate you from the heat that the memory foam can do, like couple sheets, maybe some bamboo, some breathable fabric that separates you, you can sleep for the summer too, right? For the winter, like a memory foam kind of helps because it retains heat, but you know, you gotta make do. You know, buy different sheets for the days. Yeah, sheets can help with the whole memory foam getting really hot kind of thing. It sounds like we both have plenty of relatable experiences on how to be frugal but also resourceful with one's purchases. It's nice. We see eye to eye on that.
祝
祝你
生日快乐。
祝你生日快乐，玛丽。
They're really drilling it in.
祝你生日快乐，
生日快乐，生日快乐，玛丽。For sure, I like to use my stuff till it's unusable. Indeed. Man, you gotta get your value. You gotta get your value. I do like workhorse items. It's not that I'm like cheap. It's more like frugal, as in I buy workhorse items. I invest the money in the workhorse item, so I expect to use them to their value. So like I don't buy cheap items per se. You gotta invest in them. I won't let them win. I'll get the word out of it. Yeah. So like I wouldn't go cheap per se. Like a computer chair, I wouldn't buy like a $10 stool just because it's frugal and cheap. I would buy something that will sustain me, but I sure as heck will run it into the ground. Things you use every day, that's kind of the thing that I feel is a bit of a disconnect from some people. They are willing to treat things that they don't use every day. They would want to save money on the things that they use every day versus splurge on the things they use every once in a while, like as a hobby or something. Like for example, it's with younger people sometimes would say like, oh yeah, you know, I'm not gonna buy certain foods and budget, you know, lower my food budget so that I can buy this specialized keyboard that I use for a very special occasions. And I thinking to myself like, but you have to eat every day. Like that stuff you do every day. So it's kind of one of those things, right? So I'm not suggesting that I'm that kind of person. I write down the things that I use every day, or I must use or consume every day, and that's where most money, I sure as heck is gonna try to get the most value out of the money I invest in those. If I'm sitting on a computer seat, a computer chair for over 8 hours a day, it's got to be something that's high in value and quality at the same time. Better be fucking worth all that money I invested. Yeah. You weren't like that in high school, but once it was like your own money, I started doing that. Yeah. I think my parents have always been a type, like my parents are Chinese, so they have this air of pragmatism where everything they could possibly save is not for their own benefit, and it's beautiful and it's endearing because they want to reinvest it all in the family, right? In me and my sister, I think the thing. But at the same time, it would have been great if I was somehow, in a privileged situation, they were able to reinvest in their lives while having some sort of assurance, because there's no assurance that me and my sister would turn out the way we were, so or we are now. So now that I have this privilege, I don't want necessarily take that. When I was younger, I did the same though. Basically it was always pinching pennies, right? I worked very hard, I do everything, but at the cost and expense of my physical well-being and my mental well-being, when it really wasn't that necessary. What I mean is you can invest and reinvest in yourself, and it can boost productivity along the way. It's very difficult to quantify what the things you can do to sustain your life and your daily activities over constantly worrying about saving. I remember one of those days where my sister and I were contemplating about doing like a 3-hour walk to a place in like the hottest of things, as opposed to taking like a $10 ride to that place. And that is where you start asking yourself, when is it that saving is over exceeding the value that you're actually saving, right? Like the longevity of yourself and your time and your mental health and physical health is superseding out the little amount of money, or like maybe disproportionately less value, right, in what you're sacrificing. So a lot of times I think about my parents like, oh, they could have slept better or something if they reinvested some of that into their beds or things like that, right? So there's a line I typically draw these for that. Saving's great for rainy day, but reinvesting can be greater. Reinvesting can be even greater. So it is a gamble though. Like having a better bed, you can't know what that's going to stimulate. But if you have the privilege to do so, reinvesting in yourself can end up returning in a greater investment than saving the money and having it never perform anything, right? So my parents instilled that type of value in me because they're always about saving and preparing for a rainy day. But instead of always anticipating and saving everything for a rainy day, which is very pessimistic, by the way, reinvesting in oneself for a bright future is also an alternative that you must balance. And nowadays, I save some stuff for a rainy day, but largely I'm constantly reinvesting. That whole like save everything you ever make kind of thing, It doesn't quite work out on paper. Right. That's how your family is. My parents don't always buy the best for themselves, but when it came to my siblings and myself, yeah, they would try to get the things we wanted. Yeah. OMG, I did stuff like that too. We used to walk to a pizza place nearby because we wouldn't have enough to get there any other way. Exactly. Yeah. So you would like save for the things, and I'm like, yeah. Nowadays, I make smart purchases, or attempt to make smart purchases. Like this pen. Oh, here's another thing, right? When you buy something, depending on how resourceful and creative you are, being able to create value out of something that you couldn't imagine what the value was is also something very important to know, right? Trying to make value out of a purchase that you made is also incredibly it's a very useful creative skill that could lead to things that you wouldn't otherwise know. Like I purchased this pen, this tablet, for one reason, and now I have 6 reasons to keep on using it daily. And that's not necessarily because I had the foresight of understanding what I was going to use this for, but also being constantly cognizant of when I have opportunities to use a tool I already have, like that I already have purchased and whatnot. So that's kind of flows into the same idea of, oh, I'm definitely getting my money's worth out of this. Like when my chair breaks, I might take it out to the backyard and do something with it. I don't know. I just don't know. I could be crazy like that. It's kind of one of those things. If I'm not like if something gets ruined, I'll repurpose it into something. I'll make art out of it. I don't know, something. You sure as heck gotta see me find creative ways to preserve whatever it is that does have a double edge though. You could accidentally become a hoarder, so there is a chance hoarding can be a problem. So I do make sure that I don't get like crazy with knickknacks and stuff, as I do have a materialism, like a hoarding problem in general. I avoid that with a minimalistic lifestyle, at least minimalistic as it can be.
玛丽
You do sometimes have a problem of impulse buying. Look like plushies, or when I see one, I like almost always get it. Yeah. These are all gifts so far. Actually, no, I bought this guy from New Zealand, but all the other ones are gifts. I try to live minimalistic. I have friends that you can be really well organized. However, it's still like it can be a bearing stress all the time. Like you can have the most organized bookshelf, but in the end you can still see and anticipate like the weight of all this material. So there was a time when that was the case. That was about over 10 years ago though. Over 10 years ago. Man, been a decade. Now it's more minimalistic lifestyle. I can move and go anywhere with a regular, a normal size sedan. I have no problems living out of a suitcase. Or maybe like one luggage container. Mari. 这是你的礼物。
礼物。
祝你生日快乐。祝你生日快乐。
This is a nice talk. I like this kind of stuff. It's very coffee table talk. You know, you're sitting chilling, say, what's going on in your life? It's like, yeah, let's reminisce a little bit about the old times. Not that we're really, really old people, but it just feels very comforting when you're over around a campfire and you're just chilling and say, hey, you remember those times when you collected those things, those bottle caps, and then you found out that you have ADHD. Yeah, you mentioned that. And then you have disorganized organization process. It can be too cluttered or have like panic attacks. Yeah, I understand. I've had panic attacks. I actually literally had someone describe a panic attack to me when I was doing something on stream. So it's one of those things that if you experience it, you can definitely pick out someone who might be set up for a panic attack and whatnot. It's very classically observable, especially with someone who have experienced panic attacks before. And you end up getting rid of the stuff that I probably shouldn't. Yeah. Yep. I actually have a friend who had a trigger for an obsessive compulsion that can cause those episodes to occur. And, you know, managing it is a thing to do for a lifetime. And I end up getting, and things that, yeah, I look forward to in the future. Yeah, just need some coffee at 8 p.m. for me at least. Yeah. Honestly, I think these are the things that most older people talk about, like older at heart or maybe even physically, where you talk about all the problems, but how you navigate and overcome them. That's kind of that whole like old soul wise kind of talking material, as opposed to I don't know what kids talk about these days. I'm a little bit out of touch with that.
你
你的礼物，礼物。Why do you say like
礼物
礼物？礼物，礼物是，是很漂亮，
很漂亮，
谢谢。
谢谢
I'm missing something.
你
谢谢你，谢谢你。Thank you.
玛丽，这是你的礼物。
玛丽，这是你的礼物。
这是
你的
礼物。
玛丽说
Oops.
说
I keep doing that.
住
You can't even see the extra stroke from there. That's about 祝
你
你
生日快乐，
生日快乐，生日快乐。
玛丽
It's good practice.
祝
祝你
生日快乐，
生日快乐，生日快乐。
Get more with Super Duolingo. Go ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
Duo's units confuse you? What do you mean by Duo's units confuse you? What did Duo do to you now?
巧克力，
巧克力. Oh my gosh, 巧克力. Okay. 巧克力. I'm just gonna have to embrace it. I spent like 5 minutes or like almost like 5 minutes straight saying 巧克力 yesterday. And I still don't think it's quite right. 巧克力. Chocoretto. Now chocoretto. Chocoretto seems so reasonable.
玛丽，祝你生日快乐。
Some are so long, but sometimes you get sometimes you'll get one with like 4 lessons. Oh, are you talking about the kanji things? All the other ones are invariable. So all the other ones are 6. 6. Then you have kanji. 6. Probably kanji. If there are 2 sets of kanji stuff, basically new kanji or returning kanji, and they're X's. They're X's depending on length, because these vary. And then you have 3 personalized practice, and then 3 review, and then 1 trophy. Yeah, this is the structure. So this would be the current unit, and this is personalized practice. And this is after, if you're after section 1. Yeah, unit 3 and section, I think, and 1 kanji, and the next was 5 and 1 kanji. Yeah, the kanji part is variable. Yeah, for sure. And it's I used to do the kanji part in between all those parts, and you go to the character section, and they vary because of the number of returning kanji stuff. And so that now that they added that in recently, and they vary. Yeah. Sometimes it could be no kanji. There are a few that have no kanji, and then there are a few that aren't even, they're not new kanji but old kanji, so they're not listed in the kanji section, and it can be very long. Especially whenever you get a counter. So if you get the counter, when you hit a counter, they're going to be long. And then if you hit a specialized kanji, like a predicate maybe, then it's shorter. Like it's a very particular, but counters are when they get really long. They're like twice the length, because they'll bootstrap through at least 5 different pairs of counter overlap to make you like really feel it. Or if it's like a common character like this, ooh, that, yeah, you're gonna get a lot of that, and it keeps going up, right? It keeps going up. So whenever a new place this comes up, the next kanji section might even be longer, because there's even more overlap for that. So whenever you see like a new, I don't know, a new this, brace. Brace. And the little like wheel thing doesn't seem like it moves. After a while, it's like, oh yeah, here's another lesson. Oh, I think it moved. It's kind of like watching, you know, back in the day, you watch those loading bars, right? Which, by the way, the loading bars are like, they're just a visual representation, but they don't like actually, they're not accurate. I don't know if you knew that. It's like one of the most, it's one of those like best known secrets kind of thing. Best known secrets. Loading bars for the most part are like, did it move? Oh, it's like, it's getting there. It's getting there. Like, no, it doesn't. It gets there when it gets there. But it's kind of like that. When you get the like the progress bar around the button filling up. Yeah.
玛丽，祝你生日快乐。玛丽，
玛丽，
祝
你生日快乐。
生日快乐。
生日快乐。
玛丽，祝你生日快乐。
生日快乐。生日快乐。日。All of section 1 is almost like no kanji. I think they introduced, yeah, all of section 1 is you like blitz through section 1. It's like the tutorial, and Duolingo Chinese is, and they all have like less. They have 30 to 50% less lessons in section 1. It's like the super weaning you in. Like if you want a low barrier, the tutorial section 1, they really do make it so that it's incredibly approachable.
玛丽，祝你生日快乐。
这条绿色的裙子很漂亮。
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 裙子很漂亮。Then they rip the rug from under you and reveal the real essence. I kind of feel that way. I think the step from section 1 to section 2 in the Duolingo Japanese, you really feel it. And then the step from 2 to 3 was milder. But 3 is gigantic. Like unit 3 is gigantic. I mean section 3 is gigantic. I was talking about this earlier when someone says like, so how long is it going to take you? It's already going to take me close to a year by the end. It's going to take me closer to a full calendar year. It's probably going to be over a full calendar year before I complete section 3. Obviously, I'm doing other things in between. We're going to play video games stuff. So expect it to be a very casual ride. 这条绿色的裙子是漂亮，很漂亮。
这条绿色的裙子很漂亮。
这条绿色的裙子很漂亮。
凯文，我喜欢你的礼物。
At this point, I've accepted my fate. I don't care how long it takes to learn Japanese. I'm ready for the journey. Excellent. I'm there with you. That's how I approach your college stuff too. Me too. Me too. Indeed.
凯文，我喜欢你的礼物。
You gotta live it. You know? Live it. No sense in worrying about if, when, buts, or hows. You just gotta live it. This is life.
凯文，我喜欢你的礼物。
凯文，
我
喜欢你的礼物。
你也会去他的生日派对吗？
你也会去他的生日派对吗？生日派对吗？你也会去他的生日派对吗？
真的吗？这条围巾很漂亮。
真的吗？嘿，真的吗？真的吗？
真的。
真的吗？
真的吗？这条围巾很漂亮。
这
条
围巾
围巾
很漂亮。
很漂亮。
我会去他的生日派对。
我会去他的生日派对。我会去他的生日派对。
玛丽，后天是你的生日，对不对？
哦，后天。玛丽，
玛丽，后天是
你的
生
日，对不对？
对不对？玛丽，后天是你的生日，对不对？
玛丽，后天是你的生日，对不对？
他
会喜欢绿色的裙子吗？
真的
吗？凯文会也会送他中文书。我会送他一条白色的围巾。Oh, what the heck? You got a Duolingo Super for 3 days and you're on day 47? It's usually day 50, but maybe it's plus or minus 3 days. Yeah, it's around day 50. Yeah, you're supposed to get a milestone every 50 days. Neat. I guess maybe it's like plus or minus 3. I got mine on the 50th day. However, it might also be 3 days before 50 for some people, but it's usually around 50. There's a thing that you can kind of see from time to time that tells you like, oh yeah, they kind of allude to the milestone being super time. Kamiya, super time. Go back and legend everything quick. Do it. Legend everything. Get your review in. I'm no pressure. I'm expecting 3 days at 150. You're doing it right now. It's really fun. I personally think, to Duolingo's credit, maybe unintentionally, that holding off on legend until you get the milestone is kind of fun because it gives you that opportunity to go back and just like basically feel how far back it is. You know, you get that tangible feeling like, man, those are some simpler days. It's kind of nice. It's kind of like a victory lap. And maybe it's the opposite of what Duo had in mind. It's like, yeah, you're supposed to be using super to push your learning, but instead a lot of times when that happens, like so far it's all free Duo, right? All free Duo supers. I feel like they're victory laps. They're wonderful victory laps.
一条
白事一条白事
白色
白色 oops 是 that's the wrong one 白色的
围巾
围巾白色一条白色的围巾 I like it. It makes you try harder. Yeah. It also makes you take chances and risks. So it kind of pushes you a little bit too. In my opinion, after spending so much time being meticulous and where you kind of like get untethered a little. And that unhingedness kind of pushes like where it can reveal gaps and whatnot. So, which is kind of nice. So that whole idea, like, you know, sometimes you learn really well by making mistakes, right? But then again, mistakes can be very detrimental in the way Duo has it with health. But occasionally when you're rewarded with a milestone and you get Duo Super, then you can like unhinge yourself and it feels like a whole weight has lifted off your shoulders, at least in my opinion. So it's one of those things like, oh yeah, you always feel like you're walking on eggshells, but then suddenly when the eggshells are removed, you're like, yes, it's time to flex. And it feels very gratifying. You wrote your Duolingo stuff in a journal and I used to write on the screen like you recommended. Oh, nice. Neat. Yeah, I like writing on screen. It's very, very therapeutic. It's kind of like a canvas, right? Or a journal. At some point when you look back on it, that journal becomes a thing of beauty for everything it is. So if you have a canvas and every day, say like, here, I always wanted to do this experiment at some point. Maybe I'll do this in some part of my life. When I have my own studio, I want to set up a room where the room itself is a canvas, right? And I'll have like, I don't know, a camera in or something. And every day I'm going to do one thing to the room. As in, what I mean by that is maybe one day I'll throw paint onto the wall. And I'm going to say like, this wall, every day I'm going to put a random thing on the wall and see what it looks like after a year. That kind of thing. And writing on screen and journaling and all that is kind of has that beauty in its own right. That's why I like to stream as well, to share some of that. It's different than editing something together, than seeing that there are so many videos of your progress or your experiences. And you're still doing Genki Book 1 and Tai Kim grammar on the side, which is what I read when I had more time. Yeah, I do I do Japanese like grammar digging out of sheer interest. So my grammar digging is almost purely motivated by curiosity. And I tend to gravitate towards tofuku resources. I haven't gotten my hand on a Genki textbook. That is something that I'll probably look back in retrospect to explore, because I want to know what it's like for in the future to interact and relate to people who are also learning Japanese and the different ways they're learning Japanese. In retrospect, it keeps me grounded. You know, don't write it off kind of thing. I don't like writing things off. There's also Mina Nihongo. Mina no Nihongo is the one where it's used to be towards people who want to stay in Japanese, right? Oh yeah, I know.
巧克力
I more or less thought that would probably exist. There is also the Mina Nihon I think it's like, yeah, Mina Nihongo, which is another textbook, but it's entirely in Japanese or something. And that's also something that people use as a alternative to Genki. if you want to go like in the deep end.
巧克力，
巧克力，
Okay, let's do
巧克
these.
力，
巧克力，
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 巧克力，巧克力，
巧克力，
巧克力，
Chocolate. Yeah, mina. Yeah, mina nihongo. Yeah, those are like the two competing things. Like if you want, if you like English to be part of your textbook, Genki. If you kind of still want the same thing, but maybe you're an immersive type of person, you like learning because you're immersing yourself. Minna Nihongo, I was told, is a textbook that teaches the same things, but it's written in Japanese or something like that. Try anything. That sounds like a winner, like a winning attitude.
围巾，
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 I met one person who's using Minna Nihongo.
围巾
I，haven't talked to them in a while. They're French.
围巾，
围巾，
Oops.
围巾，
围巾，
围巾. Oh yeah. Oh, and Minna Nihongo doesn't end. So one of the drawbacks of the Genki textbook is it stops after a period. So you're gonna have to move on to a different resource, right? Genki is capped at a specific competency level. Minna Nihongo goes on forever. And what seems like forever. So they go all the way past the point where Genki leaves off. So that's kind of one of the things that why people say, oh yeah, well you can move from Genki to Minna if you like that textbook style, like the textbook style of learning. Yeah, that's one of the pros and cons based off.
巧克力，
So there's that too. If you find you like textbook formats, whatnot.
巧克
巧克力，
At least that's what I'm told. I myself
巧克力。
have not personally looked at it
巧克力，
巧克力，
yet.
巧克力，
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 裙子，
裙子，裙子，
裙子，
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 Yes.
围巾，
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 Okay.
送，
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 Oh, I did. Oh, Wait, no, never mind. I'm thinking of something else.
送，
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 诶，
围巾，
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 围巾，围巾，围巾，
Dude,
围巾，
围巾，
my pen double
围
tapped.
巾，
Oh no. Oh, I guess I'll just practice for more hearts. I can
裙子，
GRINDS.
裙子，
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 Oh, dang it.
裙子，
Get more with
Yes. Get more with Dual Super. Got it.
围巾，
Not right now.
围
围巾，
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 围巾，围巾，
围巾，
白色，白色，白色，
白色，
白色.
白
I
色
keep，putting an H there. 色，
白色，
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 Pro tip: repeat each lesson out loud. Mm-hmm.
围
围巾，
I found the. You found the something interesting, and now I know the kanji for beginner too. Oh, I see. I don't actually know those kanji, except the last one,
围巾，
the book.
围巾，
So those books.
围巾，
Oh, the beginner book.
围巾，
Oh, is that beginner? Oh, okay. So is that beginner book?
围巾，
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 Shoku. Shoku. Okay, Shoku home. Okay. Shokyu. Oh, Shokyu home. Interesting. Huh. I would my thought would have been they would use this. They would use this kanji, but they went with something else. Interesting. Because my thought was maybe it's like schools, like student schools, where you would do like something like this, like a system like this. Like these, you know, you would use like small, middle, and tall to be like beginner, intermediate, and advanced or something. But it looks like they went with something else. Interesting. Oh, what the heck is that? That is a color. That's got to be blue.
蓝色
Lung se. Oh, hey, lung. Oh, it's related. Lung. Oh my gosh, it's a different lung. Instead of da lun qiu has a different top radical. It's this, and everything else stays the same. Interesting.两色
色
色
蓝色，
色。Okay.
蓝色色
蓝色
蓝色
蓝色，
色
Oops. Stroke order.
色
色
Oops.
色
色
色
Okay.
明白
明白明白 understand 明白 Yeah, understand 明白 I already knew that
明白
Oh, okay, you're gonna change the tone.
明白
明白 Yep,
明白
that's legacy skill
明白
for you.
明白
Just
明白
intuiting Mandarin.
明白
right?
明白
明白
明白 Very common word. Common words. I still have lots of common words that I haven't came across yet.
裙子
裙子 I don't go around saying 裙子 though. Skirts.
裙子
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 裙子裙子
This is what it's fully called. Oh. Yokyoi onsatsu. Okay. Ah, so they abbreviated it as well.
裙子
Yeah. Hopefully you find that interesting too. I would love to
裙子
I'll leave it up to you if you find it
裙子
interesting. I would love to hear your compare and contrast when
裙子
if you end up finding it interesting. Yeah, that book series goes all the way to advanced, like super advanced, apparently. That's one of the like that's a book series for a lifetime.
裙子
For second language. I haven't looked at it myself. I'm genuinely curious. When I find time. I can already tell it's gonna take me so long just to get by the beginner. Yeah. It's a big one. Some people say like the people, like the trends that I read, often at some point in a Genki reader's lifestyle, or like their lifespan, you know, like their journey through the Genki textbook eventually takes them to that text. So they're kind of like one in the same, in the sense that it's part of the journey or the process. Some people say like, oh, don't bother with Genki, you know, it's the whole like Duolingo kind of thing. Oh, don't bother with Genki, you can just go in the Mina Nihongo series and stuff. It's like, yeah, you do whatever, you know. It's part of whatever it is. So you find your way to it because there's not overlapping things. There are non-overlapping things. Not necessarily overlapping things. The overlapping things are not as important, whichever one you decide to use.
绿色
Wait, Lisa. Oh yeah, Lisa. Right, green. 白色，白色，
绿色，
绿色，
绿色、
绿色、
白色、
白色、
白色、绿色、
绿色。
Okay, now 15 minutes are up. I need to get some hearts back. Let's do a quick one. Review.
空调
空调
100，
100. 女儿
女儿，床和电视。
床 What the heck? Oh, 床床和电视
电视，
电视
电视，
嗨，很高兴认识你。
Fair enough. I feel as long as you immerse yourself in your work, there shouldn't be so much hate, right? Yeah, more or less. Yeah. Gotcha. Hi. 很高兴认识你。
很高兴认识你。
很高兴认识你。认识。Where the heck is
你？
这条裤子100元。
这条裤子100元。
我的儿子喜欢学习。
I slid in the wrong place. It's fine.
我的儿子喜欢学习。我的
儿子喜欢学习。Oh yeah, she. It's that's 4, right? Am I 4ing? No, it's 2. Why? Yeah, I guess it's 学习。
他常常吃韩国菜。
他常常吃韩国菜。OK， 常常吃韩国菜。
我的女儿是服务员。我
的女儿是服务员。
空调。
明天下午。
明天下午。
OK， 我们去书店
吧。
对。
对。
对，我常吃米饭。Let's sing. 我们唱歌吧。唱歌吧。OK。我的儿子喜欢学习。Oops, wrong tone. 学习。
这条裤子100元。
这条裤子100元。 All right, we're fine. 2 hearts, right? 2 hearts and a dream. Let's go.
我有3个新老师。我
我有
有
3
3
个
个
新老师。
老师。我有3个新老师。
Okay.
你好，音乐，
律师。
律师。Oh, really? Really? Wait. That's how. 律师。
律师。
I don't agree with that to some extent, but 律师。律师。
医生。
医生。医生。
你，我叫凯文，
我叫凯文。
我
叫
凯文。
今天你有数学课，对不对？今天
你有
今天你有数学课，对不对？
数学课。数学课，对不对？
对不对？今天你有数学课，对不对？
数学课、音乐课、数学课、
英文课。Wait. What? 音乐课、
数学课、音乐课。
音乐课。
我有2节课，你呢？我
有
2节课。
2节课。你呢？
我有2节课，你呢？
对，我有1个新老师。
Okay.
对，我有
2个。Wait.
1个。对，我有1个新老师。
新老师。
新老师。
I thought they said. What is Duolingo Max? Duolingo Max is they have at least, I'm not sure about the Japanese feature or what courses they have, but they have ChatGPT functionality. So depending on the course, I don't know if it's Japanese, you're gonna have to check. Certain courses are in the beta process where for a bumped subscription, there's ChatGPT function. And some of the ChatGPT functions would be something like role playing. So role playing explainers, ChatGPT powered explainers as to like what is the correct answer or how is the answer different or interpretation of the answer. So all the things that you would think you are able to do as well. So if you wanted to do that, Kamiya, while they might be training their specialized model, I don't know how they're training their specialized model, you can kind of test that facsimile by looking at a demonstration of Duolingo Max. I don't know if people have a demonstration of it, but you can do that with like ChatGPT 4.0, which you can access through like OpenAI. So if you ever wanted to like experiment, right, before you invest, you can imagine whatever you can achieve with OpenAI's like ChatGPT 4.0 or whatever you have access to. Try it with that, and what you can probably imagine, I'm saying reasonably, this is theoretical and conjecture. They are likely probably going to try to train a specialized model for what they're trying to achieve. So it might be a slight fork of ChatGPT, but OpenAI is constantly developing and expanding ChatGPT's functionalities. So if you want to give an idea of it, what they advertised in Duolingo Max is an ability to interpret use it to interpret. So then you don't have to provide like 100% 100% competence, right? Like, so it goes beyond something like this. So what they're testing now is it goes beyond this, where now you can build sentences, and then they're coming up with a metric to evaluate sentences by encouraging extra word usage. So like using the AI functionality, you can have flexibility in making like, hey, build more fancier sentences, and how do you measure that metric, right? So there's that, and then role playing and whatnot. So the idea is they're experimenting a upper tier where now it's not about this type of thing where you need to provide a static, kind of like a less but more static kind of experience, and more of a dynamic experience where you actually get feedback from a source that is pretty much consistent, for better or for worse, like outside of hallucinations and all that stuff, like whatever you, it's language learning. So it's still more consistent than trying to, in my opinion, than having no resources at all. And it is also potentially like the pedantic and biased potential advice from other people, right? So it's kind of interesting. That's what they're working on for a while now, actually. It's pretty cool. I read some of the things. The standout feature would be the role-playing thing. So you can have a conversation now. However synthetic it is, so you can have a conversation. And then using machine learning, right? AI tools, ChatGPT specifically, to evaluate your answer and explain the answers, right? And some people already do that with OpenAI's ChatGPT, so the open source ChatGPT thing. So you can definitely mirror it to some extent. And I have considered using that that approach later on. Or, you know, I give Duo some money, and if their model is pretty particularly wonderful, right? That never crossed your mind? Yeah. I think eventually it would have crossed your mind at some point. And what I mean by that is at some point you're going to have to explore, you know, like, oh, now I don't have Japanese friend, you know, like I don't live in Japan or something like that, not accessible. So what do you do when you can have a facsimile of something very, very available? Yeah, exactly. So it's too early, right, at the time. But I have considered it too. At some point, you're gonna want a more dynamic interaction. And if you don't have a human being, right, or a language exchange or a sensei or something accessible, you can't expect any more than, you know, having a machine learning model to help you out, right? They're completely accessible at every time of the day. And then when that time comes, it's a great bridge to talking to other people, right? So it was a natural step. Nowadays, the reason why ChatGPT comes up a lot is because I follow machine learning or like AI things, and I always like the idea of trying to be crafty in a way to have students or people that I might know in the future to use that as a tool to educate them in anything, like to model synthetic problem solving and critical thinking skills, not to model information accuracy. So there's a thing that is very lacking in online. People explain and answer questions, but they don't challenge someone to actively learn why these answers and data and information are legitimate or synthetic. Like, there's no critical thinking involved in gathering information. Critical thinking comes when you have role playing, much like language learning, right? You have to answer questions, have part of the picture, how to create deductive reasoning and stuff. So I have thought about it quite a lot, not even before language learning, even before then. So that's why I came across it, as opposed to someone who may be learning something and want to up their game. True, and your time and budget for tutor is limited, so you're right. I like that ChatGPT is an option now. It's a great way to bridge. I honestly think if you have a foundation, like let's say JLPT, right? JLPT, lots of people like to use that. If you checked off your N5 and your N4 things, I think you can make reasonable way to interact with ChatGPT, in my opinion, conservatively. So however long that whatever is, take your time kind of thing. You use ChatGPT for ideas right now, and I like that 4.0 is responsive. Yeah, like you're asking for a person. Yep, exactly. Even if they aren't always good. Yeah, the idea is I think a lot of people are expecting that AI is a replacement for fact checking, or like for regurgitating and summarizing what you can go to those sources to get. The one thing that is bridging though is being responsive, as in it can try to be like a stepping stone for, like, for example, you need to practice an interview. You need something that is at least remotely something that's educated, right? Know the source, right? Be educated, know the background, and be responsive to you, right? Be responsive to you. So it is a bridge and a barrier to the information, not the provider of the information itself. And yeah, it always gives you the sources of its info, and you ask for scholarly resources. Exactly. So much like language learning, you could do it that way. Because at some point, some people would say, well, the AI has to be always right, or else you're going to learn Japanese incorrectly. Think about interacting with a human. You have to understand what is correct and what is wrong, or what is disagreeable, or what is weird when you're talking to a human being. So when you're talking to a ChatGPT, at least you can say, hey, ChatGPT, could you explain this? And then tell me where you got the source for explaining this to me. You can't do that for a human being. So there's a thing that a human may offer perhaps for like naturalness and whatnot, but they can't pull up a reference model and fully just sit down and explain the concept to you and then cite all the sources that explains those concepts to you. So lots of people focus on the ideas like, but what if ChatGPT teach you unnatural things? You can get the source from that. It's a source of responsive critique and feedback, not a source for accurate representation of natural fluency or native. Like, humans are humans, so treating it like it's something it can't be is a little bit weird. So I like to like make that distinction there. It's super useful to be responsive and be engaged in trying to seek resources. And I genuinely do encourage people to use and approach ChatGPT in that way, or any form of large language model, right? LLMs. You have an account for ResearchGate and academia, so oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, getting good journals is easy since ChatGPT. Yep, exactly. It cuts the legwork, right? It cuts the legwork. I like that.
对，我有一个新老师。
哎呀，今天我有3节课。哎呀。
I was gonna make a joke about Kamiya. What are you gonna do if I told you need to go to a library and figure out how to get that information? I'm just kidding. This is like a boomer joke. Like, do you know how to use the Dewey Decimal System? I don't remember how to use. Well, actually, no, I kind of do. I still kind of do. I remember. I remember how to use it. Yeah, it was small. What's that? That's how they order the books. Yeah. I don't even know how to spell it anymore. How do you spell the Dewey Decimal System? Dewey... Yeah. Oh, it has an E in it. Yeah. It has an E, so Dewey with 2 E's. Yeah. There's an E between, yeah. That's how books are organized. Yeah, that's how the stuff is organized. Oh, you didn't know that? You just asked for help? Oh, okay. You just asked for help if you're in the library. Oh, okay. When I was growing up, we literally visited a library and learned how to use the Dewey Decimals. The times have changed.
哎呀，今天我有3节课。
It's probably the first thing you do. You ask for help immediately, dude. You're gonna. That's. In my opinion, that if someone is there to be providing you with all their wisdom, you take it. That's how you save time, in my opinion. Yeah, it's really great. I'm making these jokes because I remember having a class about how to search for resources in a library. That was actually a thing. Before we got to do like research and do projects, we learned how to do research first. It's kind of like nowadays, if there was a class that starts with a project and they explain to you how to use the internet, you know, like how to find reliable sources. I still went through that too. So, you know, I grew up in a time when the internet was coming into being. So then you had classes about what are valid primary sources and what are secondary sources, like Wikipedia. Wikipedia at the time, you know, like it's a secondary source. So you have to, you had classes where you had to emphasize what groups of resources you can use as professional, like as bibliographical and reliable sources of information. So you had class time dedicated to the classification of the different types of resources. I'm sure they still have it now. I'm sure they still have classes, and it's probably very different now than it was before. I would be even surprised if kids are even told how to write a bibliography manually. Dude, bibliographies are weird. Or like the APA format, like the APA format of citations. I have no idea if kids are learning these. Because if you think about it, even journalists and like things on the internet are not properly cited most of the times. Oh, you use APA citation? Oh, well, that's reassuring. That's kind of reassuring, knowing that someone who's in a scholastic path are still using citations. Oh, and then use MLA for essays? Yeah. MLA for essays, yeah. APA for research. Yeah, indeed. Oh yeah, I have teachers who get so angry about Google and Wiki. Yeah, I see. I see the times haven't changed much. Yeah.
哎呀，今天我有3节课。
哎呀，今天
我
有3节课。
3节课。哎呀，今天我有3节课。冰水和汉堡包。
冰水
和
汉堡包。
汉堡包，冰水和汉堡包。今天我们都有数学课。
Almost every biology class I've taken in uni teaches or refreshes, yeah, on APA. APA is like the lifeblood. Citation is the lifeblood of professional writing. Like if you're ever gonna even be remotely considered to be in a professional career, that at minimum you have to know how to cite and be accountable for your information. It sounds so like obvious to you know, the people who are involved in these things, but it's shocking how it's so shocking when you go outside. The vast majority of people do not know how to properly cite their information. Like, what I mean is, you're in the statistical abnormality, so like you're part of the fringe, right? You have to imagine that once you complete whatever you're going to do now, you're already in the minority. Just at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if back in the day, during the generation that I belong to, I think it got pretty high. I'm gonna say like 20%, maybe 20, 30. I know it's not the majority, but it was a large substantial people who at least were exposed to these things because they went to college, right? It was kind of like the standard of the generation. However, nowadays, I would say that number is probably sunk to like 10%, if not less. And then people in my position, right, postdoctoral position people, probably less than 5%, I would say. And I still love when I see like a fact, like in the introduction, you know, there's this statement. I'm like, wow, that's awfully bold. And then you see that little hyperlink on your digital like PDF that links to the bibliographical citation of where I could find the evidence for that bold statement. Priceless. Absolutely priceless. Nowadays, though, 90% of the content that gets blasted in my face, it's like, oh, people said this. It's like, okay, can you like I need help. So then they would link me a video, and then it's a video that's paraphrasing the source, and then the source is still lost in the video. And then the video would say the people's name, and I look up the video's name, like the source's name accounted by that video's person, and it leads to a dead end. Right? That's like over 50% of my encounters with people passing information and advice and whatnot. So it's really, I mean, it's disappointing, but it's very understandable nowadays, right? So it's up to the tools that we use, and it's up to Google and all the other people to handle the validity and the accuracy. And that's where that whole ChatGPT thing comes in all the time. Like, people want ChatGPT to be 100% accurate, right? And that's kind of like the holy grail, but that's not a thing right now. Maybe in the future, who knows? Then no one will ever have to think outside the box anymore and be accountable for anything. They could just blame the system. Like, oh, hey, your information's inaccurate. It's like, well, ChatGPT said it. It has a 99.9% accuracy. Humans are only like 94% accuracy in recalling information. It's like, oh, well, okay, I guess. Like, it's not my fault.
今天我们都有数学课。
Sorry, it might sound like a dystopian future. I don't think a dystopian future of that extremeness. I believe in humanity. I'm a little bit more optimistic. That was kind of a cynical, facetious, dystopian like comment.
今天我们都有数学课。
Okay.
今天我们有
数学课。
数学课。
我们都
今天我们都有数学课。
都有 OK 都有数学课。
哎呀，今天我有4节课。
You got a certificate for biology 2 for science majors, and I think it was a foil class, and it was with a global learning certificate. So I had to write a lot. Ah, I see. And for your bio 1 class too, but it was a certificate. I see. Fair enough. You did a lot of writing. Writing is very underrated these days. Very underrated, especially professional writing.
哎呀，今天我有4节课。
哎呀，
哎呀，我有。
And I want to make sure I'm being clear. There's no better or worse type of writing. I'm not saying professional writing is better or worse. There's appropriate writing. And it doesn't change the fact that professional writing is underrated or underrepresented because there are statistically very, very few people who write professionally compared to the normative. But there is appropriate writing for everything. Like there's a place for Google and Wikipedia in like lab meetings and talking about trending information that hasn't really been ironed out yet. So there's appropriateness for all our tools and information. It still doesn't change the fact that pretty much, I'm gonna say less than 5% of people, at least in the United States, do professional writing. We're not talking about like free versing or creative writing. It's legal documentation, bibliographic, like rigid research papers and whatnot. Probably less than 5%.
哎呀，今天我有4节课。
我有4节课，4节课
，4节课
，4节课。
今天，哎呀，今天我有4节课。
So much. I think you spent 3 to 4 hours a day writing at that time. Yeah, and it's still laborious. So regardless of whether I like I appreciate professional writing because it takes a lot of work. So it's almost like a paradox. Do I like writing professional writing? It's tiresome. It's very rewarding. It's still incredibly tiring. And so when people do professional writing, I most definitely appreciate it. Not the hustle like one sentence summarizing like 30 years of research or something.
汉堡包，汉堡包。
我叫玛丽，很高兴认识你。
You had to write your own review on the effects of nature and wildlife from the nuclear meltdown in Fukushima, Daiichi. For your final. It was like 15 pages long. 1-inch margins around the edges. You wrote about moth gene. Oh, were altered or something, and I have to reread my own journal. I see. That's interesting. So you used the so you followed the genetics of a local fauna or local species to illustrate potential effects of radiation. That's a really neat thing. Yeah, fauna and species, yeah. That's kind of a really cool project. It's been over a year since you wrote. That's a really interesting way to look at it. I haven't even considered what you would do in that sense. I would have went with I probably use like geology. You got a 110 on it. I probably went with geology or something anthropological and geological. Maybe like if they test the soil testing over the next like 30 years, maybe even do botany or something. Botany, anthropology, and geology. But following a moth gene, that's pretty interesting. And I used to work in genetics and I didn't even think of that. That's funny. Oh, that's so neat.
我叫玛丽，很高兴认识你。
我叫玛丽，
玛丽，
很高兴
很高兴
认识你。
认识你。 我叫玛丽，很高兴认识你。
Because you wrote about more than one species. I think I covered moth, local deer, and even people at the end. And the soil was definitely a part of that. Oh, okay. Yeah. I miss school. I miss being, man. It might be like a honeymoon thing though. I kind of miss being in a classroom. You're always challenged to think of something.
我们都有4节课。我们
都 It's kind of like having a job though. Like what I mean is I do miss having a job. Oftentimes a job challenges you with things, and then you know, it pushes you to be creative and learn how to problem solve. I really do enjoy that. However, I'm not saying that there's no other way to do that. Whenever I have a opportunity to earn someone's trust and help them with problems that they have, whatever they're doing, that's more than sufficient for me to be happy and productive.
我们都有4节课。
我们都
有
4节课。
4节课，我们都有4节课。
Language learning is pretty wild too, so it's kind of nice. It sounds like a tough thing, and I agree with people. It's kind of tough. Probably not in the way that is positive for people. I think tough problems like this, like language learning, figuring out how to properly learn and integrate all that stuff, that is fun. Not that it is easy or hard, just that it's a problem to be solved or a task to be achieved. When you're sitting down and constantly doing the same thing and reminding yourself how good you are, that's, to me personally, is very boring. Like, I don't want to sit here and constantly remind myself what I can already do. I like to know what I am able to do, or potentially become able to do. And that's what learning is. At first it was intimidating because it was minimum 10 pages. Like right now, my religion class is a 68-page dialogue essay that I said I was writing, but I wrote a 5-page in about 2 hours, so it's not so bad. Yeah. What have you noticed that the more you do it, the more likely you're underestimating your ability to write a lot of pages of content? I'm just curious when someone realizes that the more you learn, the farther and farther unlikely that you will not be you will be underwriting. There's gonna be a time when you're gonna write too much. Let me know when you get there, because I would love to talk about this again. I can tell you now, you're gonna like one of the times in a scholar's life, right, when you're learning, there's gonna be a point where you're so concentrated on being like in-depth, being comprehensive, filling pages, right, filling page minimums. But at some point in your life, in my opinion, if you keep pursuing it, it's going to be a point where someone's going to tell you, dude, you wrote too much. You got to be more concise. That's kind of what happened when I started hitting graduate school. When like, after all the times, like, oh yeah, you just got to type more, and like, you got to be more cogent, add more information. And then suddenly you get to a point where like, okay, you got to work on your being concise. That's too much information. You got to trim it down to the essentials. Like, be more concise over and over again. I feel like you're probably gonna get there at some point. I'm there right now because I only covered 1 of 3 topics that you want to talk about. Okay. And then your professor said, if I write more than a paper, it better be interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 8 pages.
今天我有中文课，你呢？
Think about what we're doing right now. Like, someone would ask me one question, and I'd probably give them like 3-hour dialogue, the 3-hour commentary on one statement. That's what happens. So you have to confine and hone those words. Yeah, be a little bit more concise. Work on capturing like 80 to 90%. It's one of those things. If you like read a topic, right, and you wrote, I don't know, say 3 pages. Oftentimes you take a step back and then you paraphrase those 3 pages and see if you can capture over 80% of the meaning. And that's naturally a way to refine. You can actually use ChatGPT to also give you ideas of where you can trim and you can use ChatGPT to insert and see if they can trim it down, and then you see if it can capture and echo all your sentiments again. So you're reading all the words again, and then because those are your words trimmed down, right? So then you can look at those words and see if there are any essential parts that have been left out, right? So a lot of times when you're like writing a manuscript for like publication, like for your research, you like write it once over, then you like walk away, and then you go back and you read it, and then you're trying to write it again, but in a short, like you're paraphrasing what is there and see if any of the essentials ever fall through. That's kind of the things to reach page maxes, because in the future pages and stuff cost money. So you get to the point where like, oh yeah, but you can't write that much, but you want to write more because it gives you more accountability. It also highlights a lot of details about your credibility and the research or the stuff that you're publishing. So oftentimes you're stretching for page limit as opposed to the other way around, where like in the early days you're trying to hit minimums. Now you're trying to maximize maximums, because the max might not be enough. So now you can get to the point where your one sentence would be like a full-blown like deep cut. Like all your sentences would be so concisely maximized that it becomes so technical. And then you have to worry about the technicality of your wording, right? It becomes too esoteric, right? All the stuff becomes too esoteric, and then now you have to work on that too. It's like constant churning when it comes to professional writing. Use ChatGPT like for this, I just asked if it would help me find articles, and then I give it topics and I want to write about and some ideas I can fall under it. Yep, for inspiration. Yep. It can also give you an alternative perspective on how to compress or concise, like it's like asking a peer, hey, how would you say what you read here, right? And they would give you another interpretation of it, and that interpretation you can grab and synthesize that interpretation together. So if you don't have access to like another person, ChatGPT can do some of that, where like, hey, I said this, and you input it, right? Tell me this in a different way. Like, explain this to me in a different manner. And you might be able to also end up gathering a lot of different writing techniques over time. It's kind of like having full access to someone who writes differently. Like when you're in a writing class, you typically do peer review of someone else's writing. And what that is supposed to do is it's supposed to help exchange ideas. Like, oh yeah, I kind of like the way you like organize it this way. So it substitutes for people who don't like reading a lot, like reading other things. So oftentimes when you read other things, you kind of gather and start honing the way other people write, and then it kind of flows into you. Like, I'm gonna this is a humorous stereotype, but when I was in graduate school, specific types of researchers, depending on what their field is, they sound a certain way. And what I mean by that is, like, it's weird, but over time, when you work in like a field long enough, you start sounding like you start writing and sounding very similar to other people in the field, and you can pick out like the idiosyncrasies between like different fields. Like a biologist will sound a certain way and write a certain way compared to like a chemist, right? So that to me is where I think ChatGPT can be very, very useful as a tool. Like, for example, write this idea from a geological perspective. Like, you input whatever your prompt is, like what would be a focus of a geologist or something, right? What can you explain to me as though this concept, as though an epidemiologist as opposed to a pathologist would explain this concept, right? Because a pathologist and an epidemiologist are two very different disciplines. So the way they tackle a topic, even though they might be talking about the same topic, might be very different. And that can be very informative, depending on what your goals are, right? Depending on what your goals are. I haven't been in, I'm not in school anymore, and ChatGPT is around, so I was never in school when such a tool like ChatGPT was around. And I stopped teaching or mentoring when that stuff is a thing now. So I have so many wonderful ideas, but it would involve me going back to school or teaching something in order to test these ideas. Maybe.
今天我有中文课，你呢？我今天我是今天我有中文课，你呢？有
中文课，
中文
课，你呢？
你呢？
对。Oh no.
你叫什么名字？
I like the organization it gives you, but I don't like how every sentence it always ends with, like, for example, determination of growth, divinity in nature, and the human experience of limited life is how ChatGPT writes. It's so obvious when someone copies and pastes stuff like that. Yeah. Here's a funny thing when you say that. I write like that. So it's not like ChatGPT isn't trained on people who have written like that. So even when you're listening to me, I use, for example, and list a bunch of things and then go to the first topic in the list, and then the second topic in the list, and the third topic in the list. So it's a very classical example of how to create like an organization in your thing, in your passage. So for example, I just did it. For example, I know it can be, it is obvious to people who don't write the thing. However, I did see prompts where when people say, oh yeah, this is clearly ChatGPT, and that's how you determine it. And I was thinking to myself, not really. Not really. There are other blatant telltale signs of a prompt that comes from ChatGPT. However, sentence structure and organization is something that a lot of people do refer to because there's a lot of it that's being copy and paste. However, that frequency is not to say that I would agree that that's what, like, for example, determination of growth, divinity in nature, and the human experience of limited life. That's a very cogent string of examples. And then naturally, the next statement would be, firstly, regarding the topic of determination of growth, etc., etc., secondarily, this is related to the divinity in nature for the following reason. And then finally, let's reconnect and associate the determination of growth and divinity in nature with the human experience of limited life. So that is how I write. And that's largely how I give seminars and stuff. So if it sounds like ChatGPT, it's because that's probably where they mined most of that's how they train ChatGPT too. Those are the most available sources. So it's not that unbelievable. However, there's a situation. Most of the time you can tell a ChatGPT article because the logic that's connecting all the topics can be incredibly unnatural. And the way the words and the passages flow lack a human touch. And I don't know how to really summarize it other than a human has to connect those ideas. However, if you copy and paste ChatGPT, if you're someone's student, that teacher obviously know what you're capable of and what you're not capable of. So the flow and logic and the way you connect ideas will be representative of what their expectations. So they will become suspicious, right? And it only takes suspicion to confirm if they can find out if it's a ChatGPT article. So most of the time, it's still incredibly obvious when it is a ChatGPT article. Not necessarily because of the nature of the organization, like the actual content, like the grammar style and whatnot, is how one would expect a student to organize those ideas together. It would be different if you didn't know that, but a teacher would be more likely to know where they're expecting from their collective experience that a student will be able to make that cogent type of organization and then refine it, right? So, you know, I've seen other peers write, and maybe I just assuming, but I can see it just because I read some. Yes, exactly. If you read a lot of journals and essays, you just see it a lot. You see it so much. So I think it's both. I laugh about it all the time though. When I see a review, like for example, here's one. When I see a Steam review, right? When I see a Steam review and suddenly there's this one review that is sectioned off. It has a perfect introductory phrase that's sequential, and then it addresses all the sequential parts. And it has a word count consistency, right? A word count consistency. So there's no inconsistency, as in like the person cares more about topic 2, and then topic 3 is smaller, and then topic 1 is the longest because it's the first topic they write, right? There's no human element, as in there's no human experience in writing this thing. So then you know it's a ChatGPT copy paste, right? There's so many like, in my opinion, like as a person who likes to read and write things and hear themselves talk and whatnot and write journals, there's a inconsistency. There's a surprisingly great amount of inconsistency that gives the human touch to a writing piece. But when you have a copy and paste and it like mechanically, sometimes journals and stuff can have limits and restrictions that may make it seem like this. But I would say the vast majority of people who write things, there will be longer sections, shorter sections, and there will be clear weaknesses, like less comprehensive in places, more comprehensive in places. And that's a telltale sign that it is a human behind writing that, or some part of it has human input. ChatGPT doesn't deliberately do these things or intentionally, right? Because it has to be designed to deliberately do that. Yeah, maybe in the future it can mirror it to some extent. Like, hey, make sure all your sentences are all your paragraphs have like waning focus. Like one day you're writing the first paragraph, ChatGPT, make it like it's sloppy, and then make the second paragraph like super concise, and like that's the human element. As you're writing a report, it's going to fluctuate. It's rare that a human being is like omnipotently consistent, like a machine trained on a model that's data mining the optimized average, right? Or like, here's another thing: a teacher gives you more than one assignment, right? So if the first assignment is exactly like the second assignments in response, that could be a little suspicious. just a little bit suspicious, because genuinely you expect either growth from the student, you know, maybe even some dips and valleys, right? Generally you want the student to continue showing signs of improvement and growth. ChatGPT doesn't show signs of that. It will be consistent, if you know what I mean. So if you're like copying and pasting, there won't be any like noticeable fluctuations. You're either never improving, or everything just seems feel like it's the same thing. And I don't think humans will do that over the course of time, especially for students. I would be worried if a student enters my class writing a certain way and leaves my class still writing that same way. Even if it's like the most technical thing ever, to me that would scream that the student didn't learn anything, or I don't even know why the student was in the class, for example. Maybe they're well beyond me, as in they shouldn't have even been in my class, because I didn't offer anything. So it's like twofold things, right? I didn't teach them anything, I might have failed to teach them anything, or they didn't grow and they didn't learn anything, right? Or both. So oftentimes ChatGPT, it's very hard to mask, in my opinion, or if you have a professor that cares, right? Otherwise, why are you in their class in the first place? ChatGPT loves to throw something about human experience in every idea. Oh boy, I didn't know that. Yes, I can see what you mean. I probably have an obvious tail in your writing, because I'll have one long paragraph which is longer than the other topics. Yeah. And that's good, in my opinion. In my opinion, that is what makes someone very characteristically their own work, right? It is your idiosyncrasy. It's the thing that characterizes your particularity in your interest. One time you had someone copy your journal and obviously ask ChatGPT to respond or change the words, because I mentioned how something more personal about myself. Yeah, and they actually had the same thing in it. Yeah, they didn't take it out. Yeah, you felt some secondhand embarrassment. Yeah, there are things about copying. Honestly, I secretly sneak in a little bit of myself every time. Like, I think one of the watermarks of something you create and something you research, something you spend a lot, you infuse a bit of yourself in it. When you're copying and pasting, something, it might not, perhaps they don't care as much. Like they don't want to do that work. That's fine, right? If it doesn't get them into trouble or someone else into trouble. But the idea is they find it less valuable to put something of themselves in it. Generally speaking, when I see a work that I've made, I don't get embarrassed by how like maybe incompetent it is or not as great as it once was. It reminds me of where I was. So like when someone goes to copy that you're gonna know it's your work. You're gonna know it's my work. That kind of thing. At least take it out, please. Don't rope me in. Yeah, you can be guilty by association. or like be inconvenienced by association. That kind of sucks. Yeah, it's like they didn't even read your journal. Yeah, that's like a double whammy. Not only did they not read your journal because they didn't see that you have a personal input in it, something like slightly anecdotal.
你叫什么名字？你叫
什么名字？ Sorry, gotta keep going.
什么名字？
嗨，你叫什么名字？
What do you mean? Oh no. Are you okay? Did something happen?
嗨，你叫什么名字？
哎呀，
嗨，你叫什么名字？嗨，你叫什么
名字？
名字？
嗨，玛丽。嗨。
You have to go for a bit. You have dinner to make. Enjoy. Have a great dinner. Great conversation. You almost lost track of time. Oh, okay. Yeah. Good luck. I'll see ya when I see ya.
嗨，玛丽。
Good discussion. Good
嗨，玛丽。玛丽，我有2个新同学。
我有2个新同学。
新老师。
新老师。
同学。老师。新老师。
对，我不喜欢音乐课。
Oh yeah. See ya when I see ya. See ya when I see ya.
对，我不喜欢音乐课。
对。我
不喜欢。对，我不喜欢音乐课。
音乐课 What a strange thing to say.
美国菜、日本菜。
美国菜。日本菜。
美国菜、日本菜。
日本菜。
我喜欢唱歌。
我喜欢唱歌。
我喜欢唱歌。老师和同学。
老师和同学。
老师和同学。
唱歌。
玛丽，很高兴认识你。
玛丽，很高兴认识你。
你好，你叫什么名字？
你好。你叫什么名字？
中文课和英文课。
中文课。
英文课和中文课和英文课。
对。
意大利菜。
3个新同学。新同学。
All right. I don't like running. Okay. 我不喜欢跑步。
你不喜欢音乐课，对不对？
你不喜欢音乐课，对不对？
对不对？你不喜欢音乐课，对不对？对，我喜欢跑步。对，我喜欢跑步。对，我喜欢跑步。嗨，玛丽。嗨，玛丽。我有2个新同学。我有2个 新同学。
今天玛丽有2节课。今
天玛
丽
丽和我，no， 玛丽有
4同学。今天玛丽有2节课。新4同学2节课。
2节课。对，
今天玛丽有2节课。
有2节课。
新老师。
新老师。
我不喜欢跑步。
我不喜欢跑步。
美国菜、日本菜。美国菜、
日本菜。We got a lot of the 日。I like the 日 now. Got so much practice on 日 like 日 and 日 and 日。Okay. All right.
我不喜欢跑步，你呢？我
不喜欢跑步，你呢？
跑步，你呢？我不喜欢跑步，你呢？
老师和同学。老师和同学。
玛丽很高兴认识你。
玛丽很高兴认识你。
很高兴
认识你。
他也有4节课。他也
有
4节课。意大利菜。意大利人。意大利菜。
3个新同学。3个新同学。
Okay. All right, we gotta book it. Bookity book.
我们都会去他的生日派对。
我们都会去他的生日派对。我们都会去他的生日派对。Oh, there was another correct answer. Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
玛丽。
玛丽。
音乐。
玛丽
喜欢
巧克力。巧克力。
汉堡包。巧克力。
I just gotta stick with it. 巧克力 is what I got.
后天。
Okay.
我
会我也会送他书和水果。
书和水果。
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, okay. Is that... that kind of sounded like 2. Okay, that's fine.
真的吗？我也想送他巧克力。
真的吗？我也想送他巧克力。Okay, 巧克力。Okay. 真的吗？我也送他 我也想送他巧克力啊。Oh, I screwed that part up. Okay, that's fine. The other part I disagree with.
巧克力，
我也会送他书和水果。
我也会送他书也水果。Okay. I don't the also being before and after that's bollocks. It's BS. No difference. I will also, but we might as well keep it this way. I'll also yeah, I'll also give her some fruit.
后天
是他的生日。
凯文也会去他的派对。
凯文也去，也会去。他的派对，派对。I gotta double check now.
后天
是他的生日，
对
不对？
不对？
他的生日，他的
生日，
后天是他的生日，后天是他的生日，后天是他的生日。我会去他的生日派对。我会去他的生日派对。我会去他的生日派对。你也会去他的生日派对吗？你也会去他的生日派对吗？你也会去他的生日派对吗？你也会去他的生日派对吗？
Double checking.
我想送他巧克力。我想送他巧克力。
我想送他巧克力。
我想送他巧克力。
真的吗？我也想送他巧克力。
真的吗？我也想。Okay, I didn't want to make that mistake again. It's really not a mistake. Well, the after mistake, but the other one. Formal protests.
周，
第二站台在这里，对不对？
I want to get another heart back. Fast.
零食
Whoops.
火车，明天我们去图书馆看书吧。
钱包，
我常常去超市。
哪里？
Fast.
哪里？
米饭和汤，
周。周。
你的火车在这里。
第二站台在这里。第二站台在这里。
我的火车
火车
在哪里？
哪里？
他常常去韩国超市。
Okay.
他常常去
韩国超市。
超市。
我们
去
咖啡馆。咖啡馆是水果吗？水果吧。
水果吧。
汤
汤
和
whoops.
茶
和汤。行李和钱包。
行李
和钱包。I think I got the tone wrong.
钱包。
Have you thought about doing Chinese first? Yeah, I have thought about it. Like the staggering
Introducing the Duolingo family.
I was gonna keep it this way until I figure it out on the next 25 days. So I was actually thinking about rotating them. So like going back and forth. So like Chinese first one day and then like alternating them. Yeah, I reviewed that during my 25-day review. Or when I first started Chinese. So 25 days ago. In the review for the 125-day review of Japanese. Oh, just kidding. The 100-day review of Japanese. Talked about if I were to rotate them or not. So far it's okay. But yeah, I have considered it. We might consider rotating. What was my thought behind this? Oh, my thought behind this is largely because Japanese preps me for Chinese. You might be thinking, how does that work? Japanese has more vocabulary than Chinese. So when I go to learn Chinese, I'm reminded of the things I learned in Japanese. More likely than the other. So oftentimes it's kind of like a step down. So Chinese is less strenuous and more of a natural drop down. But there are times when I'm kind of exhausted, so I might want to lean into Japanese. So the alternative would be to start with Chinese and Japanese.
他会喜欢白色的围巾吗？
他会喜欢白色的围巾吗？ Interesting. And hello there, Granola. What are you up to today? I will give her 2 white scarves.
他他
Why can't I find it? Oh.
我会
我会送他两条白色的
围巾。
他喜欢绿色吗？
他喜欢绿色吗？绿色的裙子。
绿色的裙子。
凯文会送她2条裙子。
凯文会送他两条裙子。Oh, okay, wait. 裙子 Yeah.
凯文会送她2条裙子。
Okay. Gotta make sure now. I win. 会送他两条裙子。他喜欢绿色
吗？绿色的裙子。
绿色的裙子。
白色
围巾
的
白色的围巾。
我会送他1条白色的围巾。
我会送的他，我会送他1条。What is the tone on that? 一条白色的围巾。我会送一条白色的围巾。
他喜欢白色
吗？
我想送她那条绿色的裙子。我想送她绿色。我想送她那条绿色的裙子。
那条绿色的裙子。
我会送她2条白色的围巾。
OK，
我会送他2条白色的围巾。
我会
送他
2条
白色
的
围巾。我会送他2条白色的围巾。我会送他2条白色的围巾。裙子。裙子。那条绿色的裙子很有名。
OK， 那条绿色的裙子很有名。
派对有名。那条绿色的裙子很有名。
很有名。
那条绿色的裙子很有名。
那条围巾。
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 祝你生日快乐。
祝你生日快乐。
谢谢。
我喜欢你的礼物。
玛丽，祝你生日快乐。
玛丽，祝你生日快乐。你的礼物。
你的礼物很漂亮，谢谢你。
你的礼物很漂亮，谢谢你。
凯文，
我喜欢你的礼物。OK， 祝你
生日快乐。
凯文，我喜欢你的礼物。
凯文，我喜欢你的礼物。
生日快乐。
生日快乐。
谢谢，我喜欢你的礼物。谢谢。我喜欢你的礼物。
祝你生日快乐，玛丽。
祝你生日快乐，玛丽。
祝你生日快乐，玛丽。祝你生日快乐。祝你生日快乐，玛丽。祝你生日快乐，玛丽。祝生日快你。
你的礼物。
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 Voice is giving out. Let's keep going. Trophy.
后天。
快乐。
生日。
后天。
围巾，便宜，
裤子，
绿色，
毛衣，
我会送他一条白色的围巾。
我会送送他一条白色的围巾，
便宜，裙子，裤子，机场，远，
玛丽喜欢巧克力。
玛丽喜欢巧克力。
冷，公交车
，Oops，
礼物，
绿色，裤子，
玛丽
喜欢
巧克力。
玛丽，祝你生日快乐！祝你生日快乐！
这条绿色的裙子，
谢谢，我喜欢你的礼物。谢谢，我
喜欢你的礼物。排队。Whoops, wrong tone on the first one. 派对。
他有白色的围巾吗？他有。他有白色的围巾吗？
白色的围巾吗？
围巾吗？
All right. We still got one task to complete. We gotta expose ourselves to all the writing, which I don't expect any writing surprises anymore. For a while, there are a few every once in a while, but it's not very common. And then we gotta write out all the pinyin, and then that's a wrap for the day. Let's get it.
围巾，
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 围巾，围巾，围巾，
围巾，围巾，
围巾，
白色，
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 白色，白色，
白色，
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 围巾，围巾，
围巾，
围巾，
围巾，围巾，围巾，
Dude, that double
围巾
tap, dude.
围巾，
That's so
围巾
annoying.
围巾，
That's the second
more
time
with-
that's happened. And it's on the same spot, too. Man.
白色，
绿色，
绿色，
白色，
白色，
绿色，
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 Oops. Stroke order.
绿色，
I'm so preoccupied by how that happened twice today. um. 快乐，快乐，
快乐，
快
快乐，
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 That's kind of surprising.
快乐，
Unexpected. There.
快乐，
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 白
是白色，
白
白色，
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 礼物，
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 Okay.
礼物，
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 Oops. Stroke
礼
order.
物，
礼物，
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 Less than satisfactory.
快乐，
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 快乐，色，
色，色
色，
蓝色，
，Oops.
色，
蓝色，
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 色，
色，
蓝色，
色，
Okay.
礼物，
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 It's kind of interesting that they use this.
礼物，
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 familiar character, of course.
礼物，
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 Oops.
礼物，
Oops. Stroke order.
礼物，
There. Okay.
礼
礼物，
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 Dude.
礼物，
Stop double tapping. Holy heck. I swear, if I have to do a practice because of the whole double tapping, dude.
礼物
I'm telling you.
礼物
There needs to be a block on double tapping. That's ridiculous. Otherwise, remove hearts from Hanzi. So you know. I'm about to flip. So triggered right now.
快乐
快乐，
快乐快乐
快乐，
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 快乐
白色，白色，
白色
白色，
白色白色
白色，
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 白色
If it happens, I'm not going to finish the thing. Probably what we're gonna do.
礼
礼物
礼物，
礼物礼物
礼物，
礼物，礼物，
礼
That sucked.
物
Hi.
礼物
礼物，
礼物礼物
礼物，
What? Oh.
礼物，
礼物，
礼物
Nope. Not today. This is the review of the current unit. So, not
白
new
色，
unit. It's probably maybe tomorrow.
绿色，
白色，
绿色
白色
绿色，
白色，
绿色，
绿色，
白色
快乐，快，
快乐
快乐，
快乐快乐
快乐，
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 快乐
礼物，
礼物
礼物，
礼物礼物
礼物，
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 礼物
That last one bugged.
Li-
Wouldn't be surprising because it's there's other places that has happened. We haven't had an update on those yet.
礼物，
礼物礼物
礼物，
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 礼物
Yeah, this one.
快乐，快乐，
快乐，
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 快乐，快乐，
快乐，
礼物，
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 礼物，礼物，
礼物，
礼物，礼物，
礼物，
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 礼物，礼物，
礼物，
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 礼物。
Get more with
No, not right now. That kind of startled me.
礼物，
礼物，
礼物，礼物，
礼物，
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 Okay, so this one's actually now I'm kind of curious. Let's see if they. No? Wait. Nope. We can track if they update because of these. Nope. Secretly. Nah, I think it's like all or none. If they don't update this part, then unlikely. Alright, so last routine of the day, which is we're gonna try to remember the pinyin. So oh, 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 damn. This one's like, actually, yeah. Chow, chow, cho, chow, chow kuri, chow kuri. Oh, it's Q. Oh yeah, it's Q. 巧克力，巧克力。I already know the traditional. Oh, that's fine. You're probably talking about. Oh no, someone already used it. Someone already used it today. Somebody already used it. It's a very common phrase that's taught somewhere else, but not in Duolingo. Maybe you're talking about the Japanese one and how it relates to the Japanese one. If not, then I have no idea what you're talking about. 巧克力 right 巧克力巧克力送围巾yeah somebody already did it yeah yeah and I already know this because even if I don't know the other way this is because Ato de okay存白色 oh no it's 白色白色白色白色白色白色白色绿色坏乐 is special 快乐 yeah that's fine two礼物 is it 3 yeah 礼物 okay Shiorio what do you mean what does Shiroyo mean okay all right so I don't think we need to go over this stuff I think we're fine we might as well give it one pack oh it's a little not centered Oops. Yeah, it's kind of off-centered. Okay, yeah, that's a wrap for today. Guess let's try this time actually. Keep thinking. Ho, ho tian, ho. Cho, chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. Li. Song. Wei. Jin.纯子白色快乐猪礼物 Okay, all right. And I missed a word. I missed a vocabulary today. What was the missing vocabulary? Oh. 派对 yeah, 派对 was missing. And why is 派对 missing? We have 对 I just missing. Yeah, it's just not a character we have. But that makes like, I think that's 10 now. 10 characters. I gotta go back and make a list of the 10 characters. It's either 10 or 11 characters they're missing from this list. I'm expecting a update sooner or later though. The update's kind of maybe like monthly actually. All right, that's a wrap, folks. What kind of closing remark? We had a long discussion. Me and Kamiya. Me and Kamiya had a long discussion, exchanging ideas about professional writing, right? Citations, APA, MLA. I don't know what formats are outside of the United States, but I like to believe that there are professional citation things that are varied throughout other countries. Generally speaking, adherence to that type of thing is a minimum. I think not only is communication incredibly normalized to a lower degree. I think communication online is very stringently low to accommodate the different, aptitudes and competency and different skills and backgrounds of language, right? I know that it's often revolved around English, and English tends to be the one that gets the scapegoat for having low competency or low proficiency. Generally speaking, though, it's largely due to the nature of that there's a larger range of people that speak English, right? So that also filters down to kind of a very normalized colloquial English that is not really felt by people who are in academic environments. So Kamiya and I talked about the formal education and stuff like that, which deals with it's a very different feel. And we talked about how like ChatGPT, interestingly enough, can indirectly expose people to that type of writing and communication. However, I wanted to kind of dispel this notion that you can determine that a professional person, I mean, you can still generalize. Like, for example, if you don't work in a professional field, right? If you're not formally educated, right? If you're not formally educated, like to a high degree, then which is like greater than the majority, right? Greater than the majority of people are online are not highly formally educated, right? Like higher education. So it is pretty reasonable when people say, oh yeah, when someone is copying, generative AI stuff, or like writing and maybe even communication and stuff, right? But we were specifically talking about writing because we're language learners. Writing. And yeah, I still agree with this. The idea that, oh yeah, you can use like vocabulary and sentence structure, organization, especially in English, to basically like, oh yeah, these people wouldn't write like this. Like, yeah, certainly. However, the differing in my perspective is that the people who aren't in this group, and in my opinion constitute less than 10%, at least, of English speakers or English writers who are also highly educated, they actually, in my experience, and including myself, actually do sound like ChatGPT or look like ChatGPT when you're thinking about the writing. Because we have to take into consideration, what is ChatGPT trained on? What is the writing skills and stuff that they're trained on? To curate research and curate information. What is it trained on? Because different fields, while they may have different like jargon and idiosyncrasy, especially in the science department, writing itself can become somewhat like I'm gonna say regional, but more like a discipline dependent. So even when you look at vocabulary and jargon, like the reason why I'm saying this is I remember someone linking, I think Fictitious linked me this thing where someone made like a top 5 words that would give away its ChatGPT. And immediately, I already knew that I used those 5 words. Because the reason is, yes, it's probably safe to there's a high chance, if you assume that these vocabulary words and maybe these sentence structures or organization are unlikely to be from someone who is the average person online. Certainly, because the vast majority of people don't engage in professional writing. However, it is not to say that you won't encounter a person who is well educated and very used to writing that type of thing to sound like ChatGPT. However, I wanted to highlight something, that there are more than other obvious things that requires a little critical thinking, but it's kind of like language learning. In order to understand the nuance, it requires some investment. But saying that words may indicate the high chance of being ChatGPT would be like saying you memorized those words, but you don't understand the meaning of those words in a language. So oftentimes when I think about this, it's a fun duality, because when it comes to ChatGPT, I think the writing represents a lot of the writing that I would do. However, there's more obvious things. And generally speaking, the obvious things are like logical fallacies, inconsistencies. And to me, it's kind of this weird place now where when I see a writing and it has some like ebb and flow and weird like slight leaps of logic here and then like a little bit of inconsistency here, or maybe like some apathy here and favoritism towards certain things, that to me tells me that that person is engaging in critical thinking, and they are attempting to do a task by problem solving. It's so different than someone who copies something, maybe provided by ChatGPT, and provide this very comprehensive but lacking human quality paragraph or essence. And it's often it's not that dissimilar from individuals who just echo advice. So like things like, according to X, Y, and Z, this is the statistical average of the things. Like, okay, so what does that mean to you? Because all I hear is some copy paste thing that is really quite no different from ChatGPT, because you're taking the information, but you haven't applied or contextualized the information. It's ironic because it's kind of like learning a language without context. Like, yeah, I get you. You pronounced everything really well, and everything is grammatically correct. However, how are you using it to express yourself? And that's kind of how I feel about this. This is probably the take-home message about that little discussion. We're talking about how like it's wonderful. It's actually something that I want to encourage other people to do, right? Write something, but trying to make it feel like it can't own up to ChatGPT, that's kind of selling yourself short. When I read things, when I read people's like lab reports and stuff, there are ones where like it's obvious that it's verbatim what it is, so it's not wrong, right? It's not wrong if it's a fact and you copied the fact correctly. It's another thing for someone who takes that fact and put in their own words, highlight whatever they want to focus on. That is evidence of critical thinking. And yeah, it takes more effort, right? And that apathy is projected through the lack of incentive. And to me, this sounds really cliche, obviously, but if you find that it's sufficient for a tool, ChatGPT, for example, to represent your words and paraphrase your words that you want to express, then yeah, that's what you'll get. When I read something, it doesn't sound like you're speaking it. It sounds like something that was highly organized and statistically inclined to reach a very, very well balanced and objectively wonderful argument, right? But I don't see anything of you in it, right? You can be the greatest mechanical, you can learn all the vocabulary word in the Japanese language, like you can have perfect memory of the Japanese language, but does that leave an impression on me when you speak it? No, it really doesn't, because none of that is part of you until you make it into something, right? A language is in fact a tool. So is ChatGPT. So wield it, right? Letting the tool, in my opinion, letting the tool define who you are is like making you pretty much anyone else who also let the tool define them. So that's kind of the analogy I'm trying to make in ChatGPT. It's, in my opinion, yes, it's easier to identify ChatGPT if lots of work presented by that looks the same, right? ChatGPT is consistent, right? If anything. And humans, when they truly critically think and they problem solve and they create, they are not consistent. They can be consistently accurate, but the way they express things are not consistent, generally speaking, especially in a classroom environment. When I see someone write something, I hope that the next one they write is a little bit different, because they are striving to be different. They are striving to grow and learn. So if they don't change, I'm more worried than anything, let alone copying. Like if they copy, that's the worst case scenario. Like not only did they not learn anything, they didn't even do anything, right? So it's like language. I mean, you can know all these technical things, but what part of you then is left over? So for me, that's kind of the thing that it makes being human pretty wonderful. You're gonna have things. I'm gonna mispronounce chocolate in Chinese, but it's it can be a bad or a good thing. It could be something you accept, but I think this tools, so much conveniences has taken away the ability for a lot of people to think. And it sounds so almost like, wait, people don't think when they pass on information? Yeah, they don't. A lot of times they don't. They trust, which is cool. I like that. I do earnestly like that you can easily trust when you see something enough, or see like X, Y, and Z people, and then you have the statistics that, I'm gonna be fair here, relating to bibliography and professional writing, that you have no idea where the primary source came from. You have no accountability for the bibliographical nature, like the accuracy of the bibliography. And the people you are basing your informations on are even looser, 80 to 90% of the time, they are even looser with their source material. In fact, a lot of them, they have proprietary sources. So they wouldn't even disclose those sources because they would lose their edge, their proprietary edge, right? Business and whatnot. So not only do you not have access to the primary source, the people who are like a vast majority of people have financial interests and conflicts of interest in disclosing their source and their information. And then others like write amateurishly because, in my opinion, not that it makes it lesser or not, there's appropriateness to being realized that there are highly educated people who are responsible for citations, and then there are individuals who feel like that is optional because it operates on trust. And that's really cool. I really like that. Somehow, ironically, for all its faults, it's a double edge where people can be so trusting based on how much exposure they have to an idea. Like there's only one way to learn language, for example. There's only one best way to learn language, and etc. That is mere exposure, right? It wouldn't be controversial, and there wouldn't be articles about what is the best method if the best method existed. Generally speaking, when facts are facts, they become very, very powerful, right? No one's like squelching the best way to learn language. If it's the best way, it would most certainly not be squelched, right? Or have arguments and whatnot. So this kind of goes with the whole tool thing and whatnot. I think it is far more impressive and more likely that a person will be able to achieve their task, regardless of what it is, if they continue to spend most of their life exercising critical thinking and problem solving. Wherever you start, finish line can be not only crossed, leaped forward, and because problems are solved, critical thinking is happening. So it was really, really fun to talk to Kamiya. Kamiya is an active person, like intellectually curious in various things, discipline, very open to asking for scholastic feedback, and that's kind of why I wanted to end with this sentiment, because I miss that. I miss interacting with at least younger people than I am, who is incredibly forward thinking. They're excited, they work hard, but they're always like up for open to advice, and always creating new things too, and writing things. So we had a nice talk, and kind of reminds me of why I enjoyed being around the university kind of environment. Now the question is it still the same university environment? As far as I know, kind of sounds like doom and gloom. I haven't stepped foot on a university campus in a while now, and the internet certainly doesn't do any favors for the image of formal education. So I don't know what is actually going on. I haven't been in the professional field in a while, so I hope that the internet and maybe formal education find some way of melding together and be able to like support a more adaptive like thinking style. I think nowadays, being on the internet for so long, you kind of just start accepting that it's constantly trending towards rights and wrongs and zeros and ones, nearly to the extent of being anti-human, so to speak. Like people treat each other like numbers, they treat each other like ratings, they evaluate each other based on projected algorithms, behavioral patterns. While that is great to use as a form of reference, right? Statistics and behavioral studies and associations and stuff, those are great to guide one's reference. However, it does not substitute for critical thinking and problem solving, applying that information, right? So people, in my opinion, in my experience, I think 9 out of 10 times, that trust system, while it's fantastic because people are very trusting of where they get their information, they apply association, correlation, corollary stuff, echo chamber, populist views, as though it's fact, instead of participating in being open and participating in discussions, right? You don't discuss. It's rare that I find the discussion of the validity of the source and then challenging the source by discussing hypotheticals. It's generally, oh, this is true, that's what I heard. But heard from where? Like, everyone. It's like, oh yeah, so everyone in the planet except me so I'm not part of everyone, that kind of thing. And it happens so often. I think nowadays I'm not even sure if I have met another professional person when I have conversations. I don't even know if I sound like it anymore because I spent so much time on the internet. I haven't stepped into like a meeting room or a seminar room where individuals would like discuss about how they collected and how they rectify and affirm the validity of some of their converging evidence in order to present a cogent but also relatively modest and like perspective and conjecture, not to say what is constantly like, oh, this is it, that is it, it's only this can only be that or this, right? It gets tiring a little, but it certainly makes things simpler to talk about. That you believe this, all right, hands off, right? Anyways, that would be the closing message. I think it is beautiful that people stay skeptical, right? Skeptical, but also be able to have a level of respect and trust in that skepticism, as in being willing to receive challenge and skepticism for one's credibility or like facts and whatnot, and also be willing to give them and then be able to reciprocate. I think the future of the internet kind of hinges on this balance at some point. Otherwise, I guess we're just gonna potentially go down a road where we're gonna point fingers and who's responsible for conditioning a whole generation of people to be dependent on one source of material, going through one handler like Google and your favorite influencer, which constitutes like 90% of the exposure or something, like some viral influencer that constitutes 90% of information exposure. That's scary. That's, in my opinion, that's very scary. But we'll see how that works. I'm hopeful. I think it's very fun to critically think. So it can be very exhausting, but I certainly love talking about it. You know, others do too. That discussion with Kamiya kind of reminds me of the stuff that I talk to students all the time. Or when I was a student and I talked to my advisors and stuff all the time. So it was a nice little chat. Hey, with that said, yeah, go out there, do some critical thinking, take a few converging evidence and test them. It's really rewarding. Write something, paraphrase something. When you watch a video, put it into your own words. I used to remember love doing that, right? You read a book and you try to summarize the chapter of the book in your own words. I used to hate doing that. Honestly, I still remember like, oh, well, I'll just remember the entire book, right? Like, if you remember the entire chapter, why do you need to paraphrase it? I literally thought like that as a kid. I'm like, it's because when you paraphrase something or when you write something in your own words, it becomes transformative. You start critically thinking about how you would express the same idea. And it makes you unequivocally unique, impressionable, and you will have a skill that you can command attention from a room. You can impart an impression on a person within 5 minutes because the words you say are identifiably yours, not necessarily someone else. Like when someone comes up to you and say, I've heard this all before, you're boring, goodbye. That's usually something that most people wouldn't say directly, but understand that, oh yeah, this is just another person who's doing the same exact thing. Even their words sound similar, right? And that's kind of how I sort of relate back to learning a language. The language is a tool, right? It's a facilitator. So while you can aim to be just like everyone else, how are you going to add a little bit of yourself to it, right? And when you can, you let the magic do the rest, right? Anyways, yeah, go out, put some part of you, invest some part of you into the things you do. Write a Japanese story. I don't know. Some people joke that I would read like children's book for the rest of my life. It's like, if I'm gonna read children's book for the rest of my life in Japanese, I'm gonna write a Japanese children's book. Like, because that's something I can do. So, you know? Oh, you're back? I'm about to head out. Yeah, so thanks for coming back to say hi, Kami. I hope your dinner was good. I was just reflecting on our discussion. Yeah. I wanted to end. Oh, no worries. We'll talk, Kamiya. So I wanted to end on a like an optimistic thing, right? If someone, if I make do with what I am able to do, and I will continue to try to learn as much. So when someone comes up to me and say that I will always, my recent experiment, someone says like, oh yeah, you're always going to only be able to read children's book in Japanese. Like, all right, well, if I'm only going to do that, I'm going to get pretty decent at what Japanese children's books are. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read Japanese children's book. And guess what? I might even write one. Who knows? I might even write a script for a video game that tells a Japanese children's story. There are many ways to put yourself into things you can do. And that's what I kind of want to make a note of and leave for today. Our discussion about ChatGPT and professional writing and stuff. Put some part of you in it, right? It's very, very difficult to copy something that is unique to you. So every once in a while, it's great to be upholding standards, but sneak in something of yourself. That stuff is most powerful, in my opinion. And the more you practice it, the more likely you can wield and compete on the internet. Not like outside in Japan culture or like US culture. I'm talking about on the internet. How can you be excellent in not having everyone say, oh, you're just like X, Y, and Z. Oh, you're doing the same thing that this person. You repackage, you innovate, you emerge, right? You emerge in properties. Little by little, if you take something and you add a little bit of yourself in it, it doesn't matter if it's jank or not to a standard or something. It's you. But that combination would not exist anymore. It's an unfathomable infinite combination of creativity for the humans. If you're relying on tools to dictate your context and whatnot, you remove the most essential thing of being human, which is being creative. And critical thinking and problem solving involves creativity. So go out there, write a really weird, wonky, unnatural Japanese story. Who knows? Do something. Because that stuff, you have a place. You have a thing to work on. Yeah, it brings pride and ironically, it brings confidence with time and whatnot. So, yeah, go out there. Learn from the best, I suppose. But at the same time, you gotta one up it. One up in the sense of adding something to it and be part of the collective. It's kind of the whole phrase of contributing to society, in my opinion. I think there's this misnomer in my a little bit where like contributing society is upholding the status quo. I think it's contributing to society and also improving it, or transforming it, or continuing to elevate. So it's not just maintaining the status quo, it's also elevating it, in my opinion. So go out there and steadily contribute to something. I think the internet would be wonderfully transformative if this is the sentiment that most people have. oh yeah, I see you're doing this thing. It's awesome. I'm gonna also be inspired to do this thing. However, watch my twist. And then the next person's like, oh, you have a twist, all right. I'll throw another twist in. And then you start having like that beautiful magic thing. Like you're giving back and forth. And it goes without saying, viral content creators already do this, right? And then science already does this. That's why science is collaborative. Scholars tend to be collaborative as opposed to competitive once upon a time. I don't know if it's the case now because I haven't been in the professional field for like 7 years now. So I hope it continues to be like that. And talking to you, Kamiya, today kind of reminds me of what I hope that people who are in universities and stuff still has this type of passion and ingenuity. So yeah, go out there. You don't have to be in formal education to be like that. It's a shame that that's kind of how it is at the moment, right? All right, folks, that's a wrap. Thanks for hanging out. That's enough Chinese for today. Tomorrow we'll be playing a video game, right, in the first half of the stream, for the Japanese portion. And yeah, keep on learning and being creative. I'll catch you guys next time. 明天见. Take care. Bye.